Not much. We're doing JK audio again today.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead and patch you in here, okay?
Test. Test. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. You gotta rig it a little bit.
Oh, 4 minutes.
Oh, that was wrong with this thing. Whipping nay-nay, dude. Whipping nay-nay.
Website you can go to. Supposedly, somebody's on there and saying if you go to a community college in Seattle or Oregon or something like that, for the one, I guess the one happened, don't go tomorrow. Or don't go tomorrow. FBI is investigating. I read, I guess one of them. I read this personally.
I'm not, there's no part of me joking about that right now. He needs to find a way to get him gone. You don't need to be associated.
We find them to work part time.
I'm telling you right now, he needs to go. Johnson. Down there works.
Anyway,
we got work.
He posted to this website where they didn't post supposedly.
Where we at, brother?
Posting.
Got about a minute 15.
You the man. I'm sure they were friends. We should have beat them a lot worse than that.
243 yards rushing.
Tyree. Sit down, man.
Good Lord. Really?
Yeah.
He can play somewhere.
Somewhere at a school or on the
I mean,
field
like
at
on
Auburn.
the field. Yeah, I think he could
I was
play.
about to say,
Yeah.
on the field at Auburn.
Yeah,
Somewhere.
I think he could play somewhere.
All right, guys, here we go. 10 seconds to air.
Big night every Friday in November.
Hello, Chris.
Eggs.
Now, we're talking sports. It's time for the Saturday Sports Countdown with Brett Pritchard, Randy Lee, and Luke Robinson. Auburn, Alabama, around the SEC, and around the nation. This is the Saturday Sports Countdown. Be a part of the program. Call 256-234-6221. Now, let's join Brett, Randy, and Luke for the Saturday Sports Countdown.
Good Saturday morning out there to everybody, and welcome into the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown. Coming to you a little bit early this Saturday morning than our normal time. Normally on from 10 to noon, but getting started early here on a rainy Saturday in Alexander City, but a rainy Saturday pretty much everywhere as you listen throughout the central part of Alabama. But glad that you're here with us. Brett Pritchard and Scott Hardy here with you till 10 o'clock this morning. So you can get your calls in, 256-234-6221 to be part of the program. A lot to talk about this morning as the high school football season continues to rapidly pass by as we have another weekend under the belt. Last night, the Wildcats improved to 6-1 on the season. We'll talk about that game at Oxford last night. We'll talk about Dable falling to Munford, Horseshoe Bend losing again, and we'll talk about some of the other schools around this area. Reeltown had a tough football game last night with Ranburn, a close game but a tough game. Coosa getting another win in their column. So a lot to talk about here on the Saturday Sports Countdown, and of course college football, a number one at the top of the list. A lot to discuss there is the SEC, some big games around the SEC today. Obviously, the Alabama-Georgia game, the headliner there. Auburn will be in action against San Jose State for homecoming. Scott, so a lot to get to this morning. We want to take everybody's calls out there, but we'll start with high school, first couple of segments here as the Wildcats continue to do exactly what they did last year, and that's pretty much make it look easy against their opponents after the Opelika game. And Opelika had their struggles last night with Chelsea. That's our next opponent Thursday night, a short week here at the Sportsplex.
Yeah, and I mean, I just want to first start off by saying how well this offense has been playing. I mean, you look at the last 4 to 5 weeks, and the offensive output that we've been able to produce has been outstanding, and a lot of that has to do with number 8, who has had a tremendous season. Tyree Gray goes for another tremendous night, 243 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns, which included which has become a staple every week for him, an 80-yard scamper for a touchdown. So, I mean, with the play of the offensive line and getting some more contributions from our skill players with the legs of Tyree Gray, this Wildcat offense and team as a whole has been playing extremely well.
They have been playing well, and that takes Tyree, that effort last night takes him over 1,000 yards for the season.
7 games in.
7 games in. And, you know, there's been a lot of games he's been out in the second half because the lead's been so great that you keep him out. But got in on defense a little bit more last night, having to use him in certain situations, and that's what you do. I know it makes you a little bit scared when he's out there on defense, but to be honest with you, probably an opportunity, if you're looking at injury-prone wise, on offense, the opportunity is a lot greater than on defense. You're coming up and trying to make plays. Not to say you can't get injured, obviously, on defense, but playing him sparingly over there on that side of the ball, just in key situations, more than not. But moving down the line, you got Chelsea, Valley, and Chilton County remaining, and that's it. And so the season has kind of rocketed by, and we'll see how the Wildcats finish up. But this game coming up Thursday night is extremely crucial for Benjamin Russell, because Thursday night Chelsea comes in. They lost by 15 last night to Opelika. Led that game throughout the first half. Opelika turned it on in the second half and distanced themselves. But let me say this, I don't think this is the same makeup of the Chelsea team we played last year. Last year we really went up there and took them out of the game early. The game wasn't close. It was called early due to the weather. And this Chelsea team wants to win that second place spot in the region just like we do. And it's a coveted position because the first round means you're at home.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, that was their first loss of the season, right?
It was.
Yeah, so, Chelsea, as you said, a different team from last season. And, again, these are the games that matter. We're in the home stretch or the final stretch of our region play. As you said, we have Chelsea next, Chilton County and Valley. So, there's an opportunity for Benjamin Russell to go ahead and solidify that number 2 spot. And as long as they do what they're supposed to do, they should be able to do so. And then hopefully, the way the schedule sets up, then we get our I guess, bye that off week heading into the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Plus, then you get the first round matchup there at home. So again, things are shaping up again for the Wildcats to finish strong down the line and hopefully make another push for a playoff run.
3 games left.
It just started. It just started.
It really feels like it for sure. And we're at JR Sports Bar and Grill every Saturday morning, up here a little bit earlier today than normal. But glad that you joined us out there. We'd love to hear from you, 256-234-6221. What's your predictions on Alabama, Georgia? The tiebreaker is Nick Chubb rushing yards. Auburn, San Jose State. The tiebreaker is San Jose State rushing yards. So we'd love to hear from you out there. SEC in the front and center. Again, Jimbo Fisher has made some comments about the SEC. Other coaches continue to take shots at the SEC, but today's a big day for Alabama and Georgia. It's a big day for Georgia over there because they've been a team the last 10 years that's got 1 SEC championship. They've got a lot of double-digit win seasons, but don't have a lot to show for it, Scott. So we're going to talk about that a little bit later on, and what do they have to prove today? What is this? The last time this stage was set for them with the blackout with Alabama rolling into town, it was nasty. And, it turned out to be really, really ugly for the Georgia Bulldogs. Can they finally shut all of us up? And I mean me and you and everybody else that has been naysayers against them and actually live up to billing. They're the favorite team here. They're favored to win. First time in 73 games, Alabama hadn't been favored. That's an astonishing stat in itself. But Georgia, they've got to, if they're going to take the next step with Mark Richt there at the head coaching position for however many years he's got left, then this is their time. There is no tomorrow for them. This is their time to take the bull by the horn. So, but we're just getting started here on the Saturday Sports Countdown. When we come back, we'll run down the games from around the area, run down scores from throughout the state of Alabama in high school football. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Sports Blitz is brought to you by Home Place Mortgage.
Hey. Don't forget, we can't take calls on the air today because y'all are taking up space.
All right, there you go. 10-4.
Yeah.
10-4.
Yes, sir.
Can you take the predictions, though, Daniel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sports Bar and Grill is the place where everyone knows your name. JR's on Alabama Street in Allen City has it all. Whether a family night out, a quick bite for lunch, or look to the big game, JR's staff will be serving up the best wings, tenders, burgers, and steaks. Have JR's cater any size event, or just call JR's and they'll deliver it to your door. Whether you're just visiting or look around the corner, join your friends at JR's Sports Bar and Grill in Allen City. insurance company knocks you out without taking responsibility for your medical expenses, pain and suffering, and car repairs. You need to fight. I'm a former Golden Glove champion, and I will fight for you to get the money you deserve. Call Chris, the fighter, your boy.
Call the Walton Law Firm at 334-321-3000 or toll free at 866-321-3330 for a fighter in your corner.
You should have made this coffee. This is the matter. Hi, this is Brian Bott with Pine Solutions. They're all forced to take hard work, passion, and teamwork. That's how we've treated our customers for over 45 years. With our all-star lineup of Dodge trucks, SUVs, and quite the sport, we offer the area a deep dedication take vehicle purchase a positive experience. Our sales team offers competitive pricing, and we back up all sales with focus on the second time. Right.
Papa.
It's citizens and
The Sure Shot is locally owned and operated by Kim and Woody Bear. The Sure Shot now has
You want to talk about them? They lost another one? Oh, Munford lost its top rusher.
clothing line. $5 call. 329-0080 or visit them online. BeSureShot.us. Sure Shot. Lake Martin.
Lake Martin Home Health presents the Get Spotted in Minivan at 11 o'clock on July the 31st at 854 Airport Drive in Alexander City, just across from the Disney. Come and shipped with several home prizes, including a grand prize of $5,000, a second place prize of $2,500, and a third place prize of a Yay Cooler.
Yes.
Great food provided for 11.
What?
Lake Martin Home Health is a merchandise. And maybe you can get spotted in all of these really good Alexander City. 45 seconds.
Stanhope can't beat anybody. Was there any expectation there?
You said zero.
Well, I mean, it'll be zero the rest of the way out.
All right, guys, send the bomb. We'll go ahead and patch you in here. Take it when you want it, okay?
You know I am.
No, after the music and all that jazz. Here we go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard and Scott Hardy here with you till 10 o'clock. We'd love to hear from you, and you can get your phone calls into the station today with Daniel. He'll take your predictions on the Alabama-Georgia game, the Auburn-San Jose State game. We'll get to those games a little bit later on, so you can call in and give Daniel your predictions, and he'll take them down for you. Make sure you're in the contest. But as we talked about, Benjamin Russell will slide down 280 and talk about Dayville. Dayville homecoming last night, loses to Munford. And really the story here, Scott, and, you know, people can say what they want to, but when you lose a player, you know, like Sean D. Jennings, that, you know, he is a tremendous playmaker for anybody. And on any high school team, you take the best player off any high school team, I'm talking from Hoover down, and you're going to see a significant change in what happens because people have to move around, and it's still high school football, no matter what level you're playing as far as 7A down to 1A. And you lose a playmaker like Sean D that's playing quarterback and does all types of different things on defense. They lost him last week and probably not going to be back for the rest of the season. And that's a tough break for Dayville, but they've got a tough schedule the remaining way out. Dayville's 3-3, so they're going to have to dig deep coming down the stretch.
Yeah, and you hate to see that happen to any team, but especially a team in the local area that we've covered and a team we thought had a legitimate opportunity to make a championship run, especially behind the legs and arm of Sean D. But again, out for the season with a broken kneecap, and I mean, he has a bright future ahead of him, Alabama commit, so it looks like he'll probably be playing on the defensive side. But from a impact level outside of Tyree, we've said it consistently. I don't know anybody who's more important to their team than Sean D. You can see what type of numbers he puts up consistently and how that affects the team. But you say only 12 points without him being there, and that's no knock on the number 2 guy. But when you lose that type of player, then you're going to see an effect like this. And then to come back next week and you have to play Leeds, that's going to be a tough matchup for them. But I think defensively, they will still as good as they are. They do lose him in the secondary, but up front, they're still good enough to stay in most games. So if they can keep games close like this, I think they'll have an opportunity to still squeak out a couple more victories, 2-1 in the region. So they're still in good shape there.
Yeah, they are. They're they have a great opportunity to move forward for the playoffs, but definitely not what you want to have happen, especially to a senior, and him going out in that way in his senior campaign. But again, a bright future for him. I talked to Kevin Keels, just like he said. You get dealt the cards, and you have to play them, and there's not much else you can do about it. So you just have to trudge forward and try to dig deep, move some guys around. So Horseshoe Bend, 35-0 last night, Elmore County. Scott, Horseshoe Bend, they've played hard in several games. They've had some chances in some games, but Elmore County has a high-powered offense. They put up a lot of points on a lot of people. So you look for a ray of hope if you're a Horseshoe Bend fan and trying to find a way to continue to get out there and go back to the drawing board. I know it's tough. I mean, just be honest about it. I know it's tough that, because, loss after loss can kind of wear you down if you're a player, you're a coach, or you're a fan, or whatever. So just got to find a way to kind of come together coming down the stretch and maybe get a win before the season's over.
Yeah, and that's the thing, really. If they could just get off the snide a little bit, because it's just like watching that when they play, when something bad happens, then it just triggers more negative things to happen. So it's like, oh, here we go again. So they've been in several games. So their record isn't really indicative of how they played this season. They've been in it, but some late fall aparts there late in the fourth quarter has cost them a couple victories. But behind the play of Drew Hill, who is one of the better players in the area, I really like the way they play. It's just they've fallen short a little bit. So I'm with you. Hopefully before the season is over, they'll have an opportunity to get a victory and get out of the zero.
And another story that we've seen similar to this over the last couple of years is Central Coosa. But you look at what they've been able to do and turn it around, and able to get a new coach in there this year that came over from Childersburg, and he's instilling a new mentality over there. Central Coosa pulls out a 12-10 win, and in the past they would have been on the flip side of that, and it wouldn't have been close. It would have been a loss. So not only are they've won a couple of games in a row, they have been in a couple more games they should have, by all stretches, won. And so good to see that football's getting back on the right side of things over in Coosa County, because that's perseverance. That's finding a way. You test a lot and you find out a lot about your kids and your program when you can win a close game.
Yeah, Coach Simmons, I'm extremely impressed with him. I've said it every week when we had the opportunity to interview him when he first came. He had me wanting to go out and suit up for him myself. So, he moves over from Childersburg as the offensive coordinator there. While the points don't necessarily show it here, they've been scoring in the 30s and in the high 30s and low 40s the last 2 or 3 weeks. So, they have it. And so he's instilled a different culture, or changed the culture and the mindset there at Coosa, more of a traditional basketball school, which lets you know they have the athletes. So I think if he can start to transition and get some more athletes out on the field, which is how you build your program, getting more depth. And I think that the community is behind him. The school has changed. My mom and my uncle both work at Coosa, and they said that the atmosphere there is so much more different on Friday than what it used to be. So hats off for them, 2 victories for them. And then they have a couple more winnable games too. So they could maybe sneak in and get that 4th spot in the region.
That'd be a tremendous story there. A team that we played last week, this is truly baffling right now, that Stanhope Elmore is 0-6 on the season. They lost 14-13 to really their rival, Wetumpka, last night. Wetumpka's not very good either. They're not much better, but able to pull out a 1-point win. And right now you're seeing an example of what we're talking about. Stanhope can't find a way to win. They're finding ways to lose a ball game, and we know that they've got a ton of talent on their sideline. We watched it last week. I mean, they're able and capable of hitting the big play, but not able to do so last night, obviously, against Wetumpka because they fall 14-13. Some other scores that we'll run down here in just a little bit from around the area, but Reeltown, 20. They put 20 on the board, but it's not enough against Ranburne. Ranburne's a tough opponent in that region. Reeltown's finding the sled and tough over there with Randolph County and Ranburne and Wadley and all of those different teams. And again, this season really not going the way that Coach O'Neill would have thought it would have gone as he came back out of retirement to lead this team one more time. Is this it for him for sure this time, or does he go out this time? What do you feel like when's all said and done for Reeltown?
I mean, I don't think that if the season going a little bit differently, I mean, they still will have an opportunity to make the playoffs and make a playoff push, but this is definitely not what he was expecting coming back. And I mean, I think there were a lot of factors in him coming back, but last season really was more of the emotional side of everybody kind of was accustomed or had gotten adjusted to him leaving and then coming back. So there are some adjustments there, but I think Reeltown still has some games left on their schedule that are winnable that will put them in condition or in prime condition to be third or fourth seed in the region and still move on. But again, not the season that I think that they were expecting with Coach O'Neill coming back.
No, not at all. Again, we'll see how they finish out the remainder of the season, kind of run down the rest of their schedule, some of the schedules from the teams in remainder around here, and then we'll go down classes 7A through 1A with scores from around the state. We're going to go ahead and take another break here on the Saturday Sports Countdown. When we come back, we'll run those scores down, run these schedules down. Only 3 or 4 games left for everybody, depending on what team you pull for. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
You clear?
You're the man.
Marketplace Shopping Center on Highway 280 in Alex City. We've got all the latest cell phones, along with the latest Wi-Fi internet products, telephone options, and state-of-the-art tablets. Don't be going to Droid HTC, iPad, LG, Motorola, and Samsung right here at home. Visit Wireless Advantage in the Marketplace Shopping Center in Alexander City on Highway 280 for all your Verizon wireless needs.
Excited to wait you on beautiful Lake
What happened?
Provide you with the charter trip of a lifetime. Licensed charter guide David Hare has over 20 experience on Lake Martin, specializing in bait fishing, trophy-size saltwater striped bass, largemouth bass, and spotted bass. Alex City Guide Service can accommodate your group with its fleet of available guides. Call Alex City Guide Service today at 256-401-3089 or visit them online at www.alexcityguideservice.com.
The world is ever-changing. Make sure your choice is the right choice. At Central Alabama Community College, you'll know you made the best choice. Whether choosing a technical degree program, taking courses to transfer to a 4-year college or university, or being a part of their national championship-winning tradition, Central Alabama will provide you with courses and degree programs in tune with today's workplace. Get a sharper focus on your life by choosing one of the 4 convenient locations: Alexander City, Childersburg, Talladega, and Dallas Millbrook. Central Alabama Community College. Central to you. Central to your success. CACC.edu.
Why should C&T Electric be the company you call when you have electric? C&T Electric is locally owned and operated. Our technicians are professionally trained, rotate, and background checks for your safety and security. C&T Electric guarantees their work and offers straightforward work. Call C&T Electric at 256-634-0007 the next time you have any electrical.
Owners of Lake Martin, rejoice! St. Ernest Marina in North Lake is open for 2015, and that's just half the store. St. Ernest Marina. Now, Lakeside Marina Rails and Watercraft at St. Ernest. You can still get on your gas, beverages, ice, and snacks. But now, Lakeside Marina at St. Ernest again, you add a chip store. All at St. Ernest Marina, see the selection of new managing tri-tunes or new Kawasaki jet skis, and see the only location of Lakeside Marina Rentals and Watercraft at St. Ernest.
I have not.
For 115 years,
All right, guys, got 30 seconds to bump.
standing customer service. U.S. America.
You the man.
Needs and goals. With these financial strength and convenient banking tools of U.S. Ameribank, your hometown bank is U.S. Ameribank. They were built on values and marching into the USAmeribank.com for any branch for craft banking solutions. Member FDIC, equal housing.
All right, guys, here we go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard and Scott Hardy here with you till 10 o'clock. Give us a call and get your predictions in. You call in with Daniel in the studio and give the predictions there. We can't take the calls here at JR's today, but he will be able to take your predictions for the Auburn San Jose State game, the Alabama-Georgia game. He will write your name down, make sure you're in the contest. I've just got to say one thing about, and what I'm going to say is a double-edged sword here. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and preface that, and that's what we do. This show, we try to dive into it a little bit on this show, so I am. First of all, Edgewood Academy, they reach a milestone, win number 200 for Bobby Carr, and that's, you know, he's done a tremendous job with that program. And you know what? They haven't always been this way. Okay. And they've worked hard to build up a program that's really unstoppable in AISA football. But with that being said, and I had somebody come up to me last week that follows Edgewood and is a fan and pretty much said, look, you know, it's on the flip side with them now rather than on the losing side. They win so big and get out to such a big lead so early that the game's just over. I mean, last night, Macon East, they were up 42-0 in the first half and ended up winning 49-0 because they pretty much just quit playing. I mean, I guess. I mean, you don't score 42 in the first half and all of a sudden somebody goes in halftime, makes an adjustment, and holds somebody to 7 points. All right, so they got some numbers here, and I want to read them off. 65, that's the number of consecutive wins they've had. It's the nation's longest streak right now in the country, which is impressive. The 200 wins for Bobby Carr is impressive. But Scott, and it's not a cut on anybody else, and it's not diminishing what they're doing, but they're clearly head and shoulders above everybody else in AISA football. And so, you know, just like a team that's struggling that can't get off the snide, I mean, I tell you what I'm more impressed with than anything with them is to continue to be as motivated as they are to go out and play these football games against opponents they know. And I know we say this in a cliche way. You get off the bus, you're already up 28. They really are in AISA football. And again, I don't want to diminish anything they're doing, but I mean, where's somebody out there that can give them a competitive football game?
That's really where I'm looking at more so is where the other teams in the AISA. Don't blame Edgewood Academy for being good and going out there working hard and getting players. But I mean, we've got to figure
somebody's got to step up and challenge.
I'd like some point in time some type of exhibition game with them and Madison Academy or somebody like that, because that's probably who they match up. Like, I mean, from a player perspective, that's probably a team that is very similar. And I'm not saying that they go out there and beat them 49-0 by any means, but I would
I'll say it. They won't.
Yeah, no. And
I mean, they wouldn't go out there and beat them 49-0.
Play somebody. And I can't. It's similar. I mean, this is kind of a stretch here, but it's similar kind of like to an Ohio State or a team playing in the Big Ten where they can only play who's on their schedule, but you do want to see what happens when they do play a legitimate opponent. And again, no knock against the teams they're playing, but if you look at the scores, that kind of lets you know how far and ahead they are from everybody. And it's not like it's 14-0 and they're winning these games 65 in a row. I bet they have scored 40 plus in maybe 40 or more of those games. So again, hats off.
Is anybody touching them in the first half? I mean, the plays and is there? I don't know. I mean, I can't honestly say because obviously I don't have an opportunity to watch, but I do know that in the past that they've matched up against, somebody in the top 5 in AISA, and that it's not even close.
Now,
I mean,
granted, they can. You can recruit players to come there because it's private. So that is that aspect of it. So
so is everybody else.
Well,
what else is everybody doing?
I don't know. I'm trying to rationalize it some way, but we make jokes about it. But I think that it's tremendous what they're able to do. But I would at some point like to see them take on some type of a different opponent than what.
Trust me. You definitely want to be on their side of the coin rather than anything else. But just kudos to them for being able to dominate
those games every week. I know we have some where
for the other team.
No, not for the other team, but for Edgewood. We have some of these games, and it's kind of out of hand in the second half. It's out of hand in the first quarter with the majority of their games. So again, I'm
not going to say any, but it's almost like this, and I'm not even going to say that it's not even. It doesn't matter the teams involved. Somebody called me a couple of weeks ago, and they were telling me about a game, a high school game, and he pretty much said, "I've never seen what I've seen before." He said, "We scored. Let me get this right now. We scored 6 touchdowns on our first 7 offensive plays." And I said, "Hold on a minute." I said, "You mean you're like 7 drives? Y'all scored 6 out?" He said, "No." He said, "We scored 6 touchdowns on our first 7 offensive plays." And then he proceeded to go ahead and tell me that there was another team that played another team that scored 14 points on the board, and they literally were up 14-0 when they got off the bus because they scored 14 and didn't run an offensive play. So I want to go into what we've talked about on this show a bunch about the disparity between the haves and the have-nots right now in high school football, and the gap is wide right now. It's either and that's in all classifications. Really, 7A is pretty even. I'll have to say that 7A probably has more of a cross-section of teams that can beat each other on any given night. But you look at 6A, I know Muscle Shoals is number 4, but if I put Muscle Shoals and Ben Russell on the field right now, we would show that they're not number 4. I would feel confident that Benjamin Russell would win by 2 or 3 touchdowns. We dominated them in the spring game. Defensively, they really didn't move the ball. They're not scoring many points. They got a good defense, but we went up and down the field on them. And I don't see anybody on that defense for Muscle Shoals stopping Tyree Gray. They're number 4 in the state. We're number 6 in the state. I really don't see the difference. Sarah Land's number 5. There's a possibility we match up with them in the playoffs in the first round, which is crazy here. Would be because they would be the 3 seed because
starting to shake. Or are you starting to kind of
you're starting to kind of get a landscape with only 3 games remaining, 4 at most, depending on who you are and what your schedule is. But you drop past number 5, really number 6 in a lot of these classifications. The number 7, 8, 9, and on down really. They're up there in the rankings because you got to put somebody up there, but they don't really. You know that they don't have a shot. They don't have a legit shot. Now, I'll use 6A for an example. You look at our Benjamin Russell Wildcats, and we're not really having any challenge because, again, playing really well, doing the things. We're just going out taking care of business. But, you got Spanish Fort, and you got Opelika at the top of the heap. You got Clay Chalkville. and those 3 teams have proven to even separate themselves from the rest of the pack. Now, Chelsea – Ben Russell played Opelika really tough for about 3 quarters, and credit Opelika for being able to step up and win the football game and win it right there at the end. But for the most part, the separation is greater and greater. It seems like every year, Scott.
When did it happen? I guess you look at some of the region games we've had over the last few years, and you look at the scores around the state, a lot of 48-14s or 52-20s, and you look at it now, just not the explosion of scoring, but
I'm going to use this score as an example. Central Clay, and I know they're a great football team, and they've had that instilled in them a long time, well over 100 years when it was Lineville versus Clay County. Now that they're together, but they beat Marbury 68-0. Now, I mean, we looked over. We went to Marbury a few years ago, and they didn't get outside of their own 10-yard line for about 4 or 5 straight drives. I mean, couldn't move. I mean, and Marbury's a pretty big school, and I know that Marbury. I mean, but I just don't. You brought that up. I mean, you look at that. I mean, those are the kind of scores we see on a frequent basis as we look down through here. Dallas County beat Central Tuscaloosa 50-14 last night. I mean, where are these despairing scores? Eufaula 56-16 over Booker T. Washington. And I mean, you know what we did to Eufaula. I mean, you saw that game.
That's what I mean.
And then they turned around and won 50. I mean, there's just some programs here that you feel sorry for a little bit because for whatever reason, they can't get off the snide. And I know they're trying and they're working hard and all that, but it'll be interesting to see. But we've talked about it here. There's a lot of and I'll use Oxford as an example last night. You could see it on their home side with the crowd. The people don't seem very happy up there. They lose to us 27-0. Really should have been like 40-0 because we had a touchdown call back on a penalty. All right, we'll give them that. And we had a fumble inside the 3-yard line, so they made a play and they stopped us on that drive. But for the most part, we driven down and scored on both of those occasions. And then you flip over there. The only play they had was a busted, pretty much throw it up for grabs catch that he was really shocked that he even caught the ball himself. We had double coverage. We had to play covered. We just didn't make the play. And so they take it and run 80 yards for a touchdown. Well, that's all Stanhope scored last week too. They had 3 big plays in the game. So you got Stanhope, you can go back through history and look at their record. They're a perennial winning team. Oxford's the same way. Stanhope's on pace not to win a game this year. Oxford getting beat 55-0, 27-7. You go look at their facilities, their school. You can tell they got pride. They want to do things right. It's amazing how fast it can drop off for you, and it can drop off. I mean, we've had our tough seasons here.
I mean, they've been putting people at the next level. I mean, last 5 years,
a ton of
D1 talent out there. So you know that there's talent there. But again, I don't how it happens so quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, especially a team like Oxford, who we consider to be one of the better teams in the region, at least from who we compete with. And then they have the big drop off. Stanhope started 0-5 last season, did make a playoff run, but again, they're 0-6.
But it's just not what it's used to be. Used to be. We're going to run down some scores when we come back up against the Braves. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz. Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
There. Bro, you got my text?
What's that, brother?
You ended up getting my text, or?
I can't hear you. What now?
Did you get my text about going to break? Or could you hear the music? Or?
Yes, I got the text.
Okay, cool.
I got it, brother.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Best David beat Well, I mean, when?
45.
You going to the game?
Do
All right, guys. So,
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard, Scott Hardy here with you till 10 o'clock. Give us a call. Getting started a little early here from JR's, but talking a lot of high school football here in the first hour of this show's kind of carry over, and a lot of discussion on the disparity in high school football, and just teams that they either have really, really good seasons, or you don't see a lot of the middle of the road seasons anymore. It's either really up or really down. We'll run down some scores. We'll start in 7A, and Phoenix City seems to be emerging as the team out of the South. We watched them last year. They win 41-14 over Smith Station. Gadsden City, a touchdown better than Huntsville, 28-21. Hewitt-Trussville beats Oak Mountain by a touchdown, 38-31. James Clemens, they've really gotten better, 42-6 over Grissom. Lee Montgomery, again, a team that we've continued to talk about. That's a team that's bounced back and that's had their fair share of tough times. They've fought back now and really playing good down there in the Montgomery area. They win over Enterprise 21-7. Mountain Brook, 17-16 winners over Tuscaloosa County. And Vestavia Hills with a 23-13 win over Thompson. But the bigger story is Spain Park on Thursday night. They get a win for the first time in school history in 14 tries over the Hoover Buccaneers. And, Hoover's been they've been toying with this several weeks, and they finally got it this time. They got beat, and Spain Park, congratulations to them. That, when those schools and Spain Park split off from Hoover, everybody expected that to be a big-time rival game, and it just hasn't turned into that because of Spain Park's inability to win a game. In that, you got to be able to win your share if you want a rivalry. And but big step for that program, winning 17-0. Now a lot of confidence as they move forward. And for whatever reason, Hoover's really, really struggling offensively. I mean, they're still getting it done defensively, but offensively just not being able to muster many points at all.
Yeah, and first off, hats off to Spain Park. That's a great victory for them. A lot of storylines in the game. You just said first time in school history they beat them. First time that Hoover's been shut out since I think it was 91 or 92, something like that, when they were buried. So,
what kind of streak is that, too? That's unbelievable.
And you think about it, that how crazy that is. But again, talking about kind of similar to Edgewood, hands down, Hoover, the best team in the state, has been 7A or 6A, wherever they've been. They've been the best team in their classification, one of the better teams in the country. So to have the type of success that they've had, I think they played for a state championship 7 straight years. At some point, not to say it's this year or anything, but you could start last year. You could kind of start to see the gap closing, especially with the hire of Central Phoenix City getting Jamie Dubose. You knew that there was going to be a higher competition level. Prattville back trying to make a little run here, so it's exciting to see the competition level being as tight as it is, especially at the state's largest classification.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Wetumpka, we'll go over to 6A. Wetumpka, as I said earlier, beat Stanhope 14-13. Valley and Chilton County. Valley wins over Chilton County. The reason I give you that score, we've got to play both of those teams coming down the stretch. Valley wins 25-21. Spanish Fort 56, Baldwin County 35. It was a shootout down there in Baldwin County. Southside Gaston 24, Albertville 21, Saraland 42-8 over Citronelle. Parks Crossing's another team out of Montgomery. It's just gaining steam, and everybody felt like that school, when they got up to start playing football and start playing at the varsity level, would be good. They get a win 41-34 over Northview. Opelika again wins 40-25 over Chelsea. Muscle Shoals 28, Hartselle 7, Homewood 20, Minor 15. Briarwood Christian finally gets a win for the first time in a while, Scott, 15-7 over Walker. Clay Chalkville, Ty Pigram, they shut out Center Point 56-0. That is a steamrolling engine up there at Clay Chalkville, and they're the defending state champs, and you got to like their chances again in Class 6A. In Class 5A, run down some scores. Beauregard, boy, they really seem to be a team that nobody wants any of. They win 43-7 over Shelby County. Calera with a 48-22 win over Wilcox Central. As I mentioned earlier, Central Clay 68, Marbury 0. Eufaula 56, Booker T. Washington 16. Sylacauga 41-0 over Talladega. And that's another one. I mean, Talladega. I mean, this has been going on for years. I mean, these kind of scores for years. You can see So I don't know, once it gets to a certain point, it's hard to get back. But you just got to stay the course like Lee Montgomery. I mean, this is something they went through. You know, this is something that they fought through for a while, and now they're back on the winning side of things. So interesting to see how teams rebound there. We'll go to 4A. Leeds defeats Hanley 20-7. That's a big win for Leeds. That's Daville's next opponent. As we just said, Munford defeated Daville last night 26-12. Childersburg with a 52-20 win over Hopeville. Let's move down. UMS Wright blanks Thomasville. What about that? Thomasville now perennial power in 4A, shut out 48-0 by UMS Wright. Just a lot of stuff that just shocks me as you go down through here week in and week out and see some of these scores. In Class 3A, Central Coosa again with a win 12-10 over Prattville Christian. Bayside Academy, another big win for them, 42-14 over Cottage Hill. Madison Academy 60, Colbert Heights 7. Another dominating performance for them. I mean, you just got to like their chances again in 3A. I mean, I don't really know nobody's going to beat them. I mean, you just T.R. Miller 27, Op 26. That was a barn burner down there in South Alabama. Pike County shuts out Barber County 58-0. So another, Pike County's always been a really, really good program. Class 2A, you're just running down a few scores here as we move along. Jerome's Lafayette Bulldogs win over Woodland 44-21. It's a big win for them. There, Randolph County 70, Lynette 44, 70-44 there. As I mentioned earlier, Sweetwater defeated Leroy 35-26. Tanner, great program in 2A. They win 56-2 over Tarrant. That is shocking. Washington County defeats Mobile Christian. Our very own Justin Mosley there. Mobile Christian falls to Washington County 30-21. I know, but Washington County's been one of the perennial powers in 2A. Been in several state championship games. And that's just some scores from around the area. We'll run down some 1A scores when we come back, and then we'll head into college football for the last hour. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz, Saturday Sports Countdown, presented by JR's right after this.
You're clear.
No, I know that. I'm saying.
Orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Paul Goldhead, Dr. Marcus Stewart, all degrees and conditions related to your bone.
I know you. I'm on your side.
Arthritis, sports medicine, 5-6-3-9-91-53, should have find it. Back to the game. My name is Timothy.
Kadish comes out there, mouth period, automatic.
Business.
What about Charles?
How was I on safety?
Getting those almost free only today. 5-212. I need 700. That need help. You can get it.
affordable living. We take great pride in our rehabilitation services, including short-term rehabilitation. We offer speech therapy as well as Brown is located on Washington Street in Alexander City. For more information, contact Cecily Lee, administrator, at 256-329-061.
Is your credit haunting you? Afraid you can eliminate the debt. Only $300 per week to be approved for a quality pre-owned today. Currently has 400 used cars in inventory. Here with the bank. You can approve responses. Right now is the time to get your next car. Go to killsonline.com. Got it? Get it, kill. Hold on to the deal. For 115 years, Hawaiian Bank has built a strong foundation of outstanding customer service. Now, U.S. Air Bank is building on that foundation with craft banking. U.S. Air Bank's vision is creating handcrafted solutions that perfectly suit your needs and complete financial strength and convenient banking tools of U.S. Air Bank. Your hometown bank is now even stronger. Alliance is now U.S. Air Bank, and we're built on values and forging into the future. Visit USAirbank.com for any branch for craft banking solutions. So, I'm a big boss. So what are you doing? Taking inventory in all of our departments. Who else allows us to deliver to content? No. We have a lot of all the equipment items like that. Plumbing electrical. Experts to give advice to. Okay. Paint, component garden, windows, doors, and cabinets. All our low prices. Okay. I'm selling you a little short. And locations like Martin.
All right, guys, you ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. You're ready whenever you are. I'm ready. Backed up traffic, horns are honking. I've about had it. I'm looking for an exit sign. Gotta get out of here, get it all off my mind. And like a memory from your grandpa's attic, a phone call flipping through the radio. I take it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard, Scott Hardy here with you till noon. Not till noon. We won't be here till noon, Scott. That'll be a long time for us. We started at 8 o'clock this morning. We'll be here with you till 10, so we got another hour and a few minutes left in the program. Get your calls into the station for your prediction on Auburn, San Jose State, Alabama, Georgia. We'll take those predictions so you can be in the contest. You can also send it to us on Facebook and Twitter out there. You can always hit us up. Social media, man, those things have been blowing up on Facebook. We put the prediction out there every week now, and just so many people, hundreds of people putting their prediction in. So excited about that, following us out there on Facebook and Twitter. So, yeah, Daniel saying, hey, I hope we're not till noon either. So, yeah, but just normally from 10 till noon is our normal time, but got to start a little bit early. You got a wedding, Scott, so you'll be heading off too. Does Chelsea know it's football season?
He's a little. That's a sour conversation.
Yeah, they do specials on this kind of stuff, especially in the South, right?
Yeah,
weddings in the South during football season.
And the whole thing is he's a huge Georgia fan.
That's what I'm saying. He's the biggest Georgia fan that I know in especially in this area.
Yeah, I'm not even going to get into it, but he said, I'm just letting her do what she wants to do.
Well, I mean, he's already learning the right way, right? He's already on board, but again, closed out high school football. We'll head into college football. A lot going on in the world of college football. Where do you start? I guess we'll start with Auburn. Auburn last week against Mississippi State defensively really improved. Gave up 17 points. I know Mississippi State not anywhere what they were last year, but still Dak Prescott back there at quarterback. Auburn struggled, still didn't really shut them down as far as passing, but able to slow their rushing attack down. But not the result that Auburn fans definitely wanted. Gus Malzahn, and the lack of offensive output continues to drop. 117th in the nation in offense right now. 117th in the nation in offense for this Auburn football team. Did you ever think you would see a Gus Malzahn offense nationally ranked past 40, much less 117.
It's the first couple of games of the season when we kind of struggled a little bit offensively and we weren't really playing that great of football. I wasn't that concerned. I wasn't that concerned because I'd rather the problems be offensive. As long as with Gus as the coach,
I'm sorry, they're 112, not 117.
Well, either way, I mean it's the same thing.
I missed them by 5. I slided them 5.
I mean, it's tough because you don't expect that to happen. And as I was saying, I was okay with the struggles a little bit if it was offensive because I was like, the defense is playing better. I can deal with some struggles offensive because I know we'll get that together. Man, I'll tell you what, that game against Mississippi State last week was one of the worst. When I say worst coaching, it wasn't like bad coaching.
Don't cover anything up.
Well,
if you want to go ahead and throw it out there. Just go.
He didn't coach to win. I'll say that. That was the first time.
Well, what is he coaching to do?
Well, I mean, he coached not to get blown out. If you the way the play.
Well, is that what I mean? So you went from a preseason ranked team. Now, I'm just putting things in perspective. I know things change and you got to adapt. I'm not saying that all things stay constant. But you went from the preseason favorite to win the SEC now to coaching 4 or 5 games into the season not to get blown out on your home field against a team that was predicted to pretty much be dead last in the SEC West in Mississippi State. Now, I know they had Dak Prescott, but you're coaching against that team not to get blown out. Where has this program gone in four short weeks?
I don't know, Brett. There's just so many angles that you could go with this. I think the biggest thing is I think that the coaches somewhat had to have known that, I mean, Jeremy can't just go out. It starts with that first. There's no way that he just came out there and he wasn't playing that great. I mean, from a mental perspective, whatever.
Well, then why not continue all of the talk of almost arrogance a little bit, more something we've never seen with Gus Malzahn and talking about, man, you just don't know. I mean, you wait till you see this and wait till – I mean, it was just kind of an edgy talk that we're not used to hearing from him.
And it has backfired. Now, granted, the season is not over. Now, I mean, last week's game was, I thought, going to be a deciding factor on how we would eventually turn out or how Auburn would eventually turn out because, I mean, obviously you have San Jose State this week, which should be a W. So that gives you 3 wins. But then you have the bye week. Then you're at Kentucky on a Thursday, which the way Kentucky's been playing right now, that's not a game that is easily winnable. Then you have Ole Miss, and then it starts to really get kind of tricky there where the heart of the SEC schedule there with Texas A&M, and then you obviously have Georgia coming down the line in Alabama. So you could easily see Auburn and obviously Arkansas too, but if Auburn can't win against Kentucky, that's going to be the other one. They won't win an SEC game, and that's going to be troubling for a team, as you said, that was projected to be in the Final Four, Heisman Trophy candidate, national championship contender, and then you're ranked number 112 offensively.
Colossal.
I mean,
colossal collapse. I mean, and that one of the biggest collapses in college football history. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but from a prediction standpoint, from a preseason favorite standpoint. Now, we can go down through the list and we can see teams, every college football team's had, at some point in time, not lived up to billing. 2003 for Auburn is one of them. Didn't, just high expectations, didn't live up to billing, for whatever reasons. Come back in 2004. Auburn's program is the most unbelievable program to the next year. That's what I told her, but just hang on. If it's rotten this year, we'll be in the national championship next year. It's just how it works. I mean, I don't understand it. I don't know how you go from so bad to so good and then back to so bad that quick.
I want to know I think defensively, at least on that side, but I think Muschamp, you can already start to see some of the difference. 42 yards rushing against Mississippi State. 17 points total. So, I mean, outside the 2 early scores, the defense actually played really well. So, I think they're going to continue to get better. When you look at the anemic offense that has been put out there by Gus, it's embarrassing to watch. I mean, and some of the play calls just aren't that smart. I mean, you drive all the way down to the field, a kid who needs he doesn't have to be the one that throws a touchdown, but let him get his first drive, his scoring touchdown drive, and get some confidence. We're on the 3-yard line, and we pass the ball. You get in. I mean, it's not on him, and so that happened twice. You get inside the 10 3 times and can't score. I mean, I don't know what else you can say, and that's not something that you're accustomed to seeing.
This just didn't start this year. I mean, the struggles of getting inside the red zone, not being able to score, especially inside the 10, the play calling has been horrendous. Wisconsin, Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi State. I mean, this is a trend of getting inside the 10 and not being able to punch it in, and you shorten that field. What that tells me is our power football, we can't be physical and we can't man up and get 2 or 3 yards when we need them. I mean, we're a spread it out type team, and I know it goes against the grain of what we've talked about and what the mantra's been for Gus Malzahn, because we've led the league in rushing the last 2 years. But inside the 10, the numbers don't lie. Inside the 10, we struggle putting touchdowns on the board. We have to normally settle for field goals because a lot of times Gus Malzahn's down there trying to throw the football rather than run it in. I don't understand it. And when you're the leading rushing team in the SEC the last 2 seasons. So just a lot of confusing things, really no rhyme or reason for why it's all going down the way it does. But we'll just see what happens today against the San Jose State team. We'll talk about that team coming into the Plains today at 3 o'clock for homecoming when we come back. We'll also talk about Sonny Galloway, because that happened a week ago tomorrow. A week ago tomorrow was when Sonny Galloway was told to hit the bricks. By Jay Jacobs. I mean, that's just the way it was. He brought him in, told him, said, "Look, this is, we've got, we're getting rid of you with calls." And now there's, you've seen it in the papers and all this week and on all social media and all this lawyer firing back. We'll discuss that. Then we'll dive into Alabama, Georgia. A lot to talk about. Auburn re-signs their deal with Under Armour, the 3rd largest in the country, the largest in the SEC now. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Here. Tired of the monotony of eating the same old lunch day after day after day? It's a lunch special and for you, starting at just $5.99. Try one of over 300 different lunch special combinations.
I rose up.
Big B barbecue, the best lunch menu is best, because the best better since 1978 on Highway West, North Center City. Hard times and complicated. No. You shop for tires.
I was really just trying to help you for the long term. Oh, that's sad. Sometimes the short term effects aren't that good. Could have been, but.
What value would you gain working with the marketing crew? The 4 divisions under one umbrella: Sign Source, The Apparel, RB Media, and LMG Paper Advertising. The marketing group offers a comprehensive approach, from logo design and brand use to ad placement and everything in between. LMG can handle it all. For you have time, engage, results-driven marketing campaigns, think LMG. The marketing group, your comprehensive marketing solution. Whether you like music or haters, or want a fun vehicle the whole family can enjoy, Fun Cars folks like to have you covered. With easy-go golf cars, hunting luggage, and even go-karts for children and adults. Have your car customized with your favorite sports team. NASCAR drivers live with a little extra style. Fun Cars also has a full service department to deal with any issues. Call Jim Hadaway at 745-0660. And even in the 218 and 113 at funcars.net. And have your car delivered tomorrow. Fun Cars are open wide. You're easy to do it. You will follow into your life. Fine season is now upon us. And to run clean and look good on the lake, see the pros at Alex City Marine in Alex City, or our new south location. Alex City Marine has all your service rigging and swimming and candles. And due to the tremendous sales early this year, Landau Pontoons has allocated more 2014 pontoons for current selection and pricing. Better yet, Suzuki Outboards has extended their Gimme 6 program on all Suzuki Outboards, so you have full warranty coverage for 6 full years, saving you thousands. Run smooth and look good all summer long with both locations of Alex City Marine.
Hello, I'm State Farm Agent Karen Chanel. I specialize in helping families and individuals like yourself in the Alexander City and Lake Martin communities. Over 20 years experience with State Farm and a dynamic team of licensed professionals, I am committed to helping you manage solutions in everyday life. We not only consider it an honor, but a privilege to assist you in meeting your insurance and financial services needs. Whether you call in, click.
All right, guys, here we go.
All right.
15 seconds.
I can hear the music too, by the way. I'm just letting it roll a little bit, Daniel.
Okay, cool.
Please don't stop the music. Oh, yeah.
Hey.
My voice.
God.
My voice.
Please stop the music.
All right, guys, here we go.
Dun, 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 dun. Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. About 50 minutes left in today's show. Give us a call in the studio. Daniel will take your predictions there if you're up listening to us. Alabama, Georgia, Auburn, San Jose State. And we're talking about the Auburn football team. Just some numbers here for you as the game kicks off at 3 o'clock today. San Jose State, 2-2 on the season, 1-1 in their conference. They're 42nd in total offense in the country right now, 448 yards per game. Auburn at 112 at 344, and you almost think that's a typo here, but it is not. They run the football really well. They're 40th in the country, 207 yards. Their tailback rushed for over 300 yards last week. It's the only tailback in the country to have a 300-yard game this season. That doesn't happen very often, period. It doesn't matter what season it is. Throw the ball pretty well is, 240 yards per game. That's good enough for 60th in the nation. So they're averaging 32 points a game, which is 61st. We're averaging 22 points a game. It's 111. So if you look at numbers now, I know the competition's nowhere even on the same plane. But they did put 40-plus points up on Fresno. They took Oregon State to the wire. They are 2-2. We're 2-2. Haven't won a conference game. Scott, I mean, on Sports Call, more than not, we've had a lot of people predicting an upset with San Jose State. The Auburn's a 21-point favorite. Do you see?
No. I think they're going to win. And the score I have, actually, it is 21. I said 38-17, which I guess that I don't know. I think it's probably going to be more so like a 30-20, which Auburn can't. I mean, even then, that's not a good sign of where we are as a football team. Auburn needs a 52-10 or whatever the score was last year, 48-14, something like that. They need a blowout victory where the defense comes out and commands the tempo of the game. Offensively, we get some rushing yards. That's really what I would like to see, is just see us run the ball some and establish that, because that's been the staple of the success of Auburn the last 5 years. So if you want to be successful in this offense, you have to run the ball and put Sean White in opportunities to be successful. And I don't think we saw that last week. Obviously, that was his first game, but this is an opponent where their stats are a little inflating too. I think Air Force ran for about 500 yards on them or something like that. So, I mean, they're not that bad from a running perspective, but we should be able to run the ball.
Yeah, the score was 59-13 last year. So, I don't know. No Nick Marshall out there, let me just tell you that. That's 59 points, but he was able to really show you how good he was as a quarterback.
That's the thing, man. I mean, you see what a difference, like for all the things people said about his throwing ability. If it was 3rd and 4, I wouldn't really, or whatever down it was.
I mean, he missed some passes, but you know what you do in hindsight, looking back at Nick Marshall, is know that, now I'm not talking about he was a top tier quarterback as far as, a pocket passer and somebody that just knows how to do this, that, and the other as a pure quarterback, but he was a unbelievable athlete playing quarterback. When you put a guy there that's instinctive like he was and able to read that option play and able to know when to pull it, when to give. I mean, he was an added asset, and he caused defenses to have to creep an extra 1 or 2 guys up in the box to shadow him, and that's why the passes were so wide open. Now, when you take that element away and you don't have a threat to run, not to say that Sean White can't run a little bit, but not to the level of Nick Marshall, that's what made Nick Marshall good. And we took it for granted. I know I did as an Auburn fan, because we would get frustrated on some of those passes that we felt like he needed to hit. But then he'd hit one perfect down the – he was – passing wasn't his strong suit. He wasn't terrible at it, but he wasn't outstanding at it. He was an average passer, but he was an outstanding runner, an outstanding read option quarterback. And that's what Gus Malzahn has to have to be successful in this offense. And right now, I mean, Jeremy Johnson, I don't think Jeremy Johnson ever was that guy. And that's the confusing thing. And we were all hyped up. We were high on him. We watched him. We know how good he was. But he's not a read option type quarterback. And that's what this offense is predicated on.
Well, I think what he was trying to do with Jeremy was you go back to his days at Tulsa where he had a 4,000-yard passer, 1,000-yard rusher, 2,000-yard or two 1,000-yard receivers. So I think he was trying to implement that same style of offense here where it was more of a air raid attack and not necessarily a power rushing attack or read option. So I think he wanted to show with his new tool with Jeremy because he pumped him up. I mean, that's part of it. Now, granted, nationally, the media, all the pundits thought that Auburn was going to be one of the teams to compete with because of Jeremy. We all up here said it. Gus Malzahn did nothing to dispute any of that. I mean, he's somewhat to blame on this because he put Auburn in that position to feel as comfortable as they were with it. But, again, you look at the numbers, and this offense just isn't that good right now. And so I don't know. It's very simplistic anyway, but when it's working, it is very hard to stop no matter the simplicity of it. But it seems to be that without that rushing threat that you said at quarterback, it's easier to adjust, and so it puts more pressure on the passing game, which hasn't been that great to begin with. So I don't know, Brett. It could really be a struggle going down the line. I'm worried about what could eventually happen for the Auburn Tigers.
We'll see it today at 3:00. See what kind of direction this program takes. It'll be actually three options. You can get worse. Man, I mean that one's hard to swallow. Even saying you'll stay the same or you'll take significant strides.
What do you want to see? Like, what would make you happy for today?
59-13. But I don't think we're going to get that. I'm just being realistic. You ask, I gave an answer. That's where we should be. It's where all these SEC teams should be when they play at San Jose State. I mean, I'm not cutting down San Jose State or slighting them in any way for what they're doing, but it's not comparable. When you look at Auburn that brought in $123.9 million last year. I mean, San Jose State's not putting that kind of revenue in, and the SEC is generating record-setting numbers, and Auburn signs a lucrative $78 million extension with Under Armour, which is the largest in the SEC. San Jose State's not getting that contract. Okay, so, I mean, why shouldn't they be? Why shouldn't Auburn be a 21-point favorite? You know, if they're not going out there and taking care of business and doing that, what Vegas is saying, then somebody's falling short. Somebody's not getting their job done, and that's where the pressure comes in on college football. We'll take a break. When we come back, Sonny Galloway up next. We're going to talk about him. And no longer at Auburn, no longer the baseball coach. So we'll talk about that situation. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Technical degree program. Central to you, central to your success. BACC.edu.
Value would you gain working the flea market? 4 divisions under one umbrella. Fine Source, The Apparel, RP Media, and LMG Paper Advertising. The Marketing Group offers a comprehensive approach. From logo design and branding to ad placement and everything in between, LMG can handle it all. For ease of time, cutting edge, results-driven marketing campaigns. Think LMG, the Marketing Group, and your comprehensive marketing. Hi, this is Brian Bice with Bice Motors. In all sports, it takes hard work, passion, and teamwork. That's how we appreciate it. We're all for a lineup of golf trucks, SUVs, and flights for cars. We offer the area a team dedicated to making today's people purchase a positive period. Our sales team offers competitive pricing, and we back up all sales with purchases on the second none. Bice Motors also best place for pre-owned vehicles. Visit Bice Motors at 2133 Cherokee Road in Alabama City. If you didn't get a car wreck or truck wreck, don't let the insurance company knock you out without taking responsibility for your medical expenses, pain and suffering, and car repair. You need a fight. I'm a former Southern Football champion, and I will fight for you to get the money you deserve. All thrill, in your corner. Call the Martin Law Firm at 334-321-3000 or toll free at 866-321-3330. Put a fighter in your corner. No representation of plaintiff's quality of legal services. As considered as that of other attorneys. Your division was number one on signed towards legal bad placement and everything in between. LMG can handle it all. Read the time. Think LMG. Lee Marketing.
What are y'all gonna do for the game then?
Sit at the house.
See, you'll get mad. You'll cut it off if it's.
I don't watch it at all. Not a single play. You say you're confident. You're confident.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Bass.
Guarantee lowest guys.
Here we go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. A little less than 40 minutes left in today's show. Call Daniel back in the studio. I know he'd like to hear from him. Give him your prediction on the Auburn, Georgia, not the Auburn, Georgia game, thank goodness. Auburn, San Jose State game, and the Alabama, Georgia game today. Tiebreaker for the Alabama, Georgia games, Nick Chubb rushing yards. Tiebreaker for Auburn's how many rushing yards will San Jose State get? They are 40th in the country, 207.5 rushing yards per game. Let's slide over and talk about Sonny Galloway real quick. Normally I don't talk about baseball here in October in the middle of the SEC schedule when you got so many big games on slate today. But Sonny Galloway and Auburn part ways, and Sonny Galloway is going to fight this thing. Felt like he was wrongfully terminated. Oh, man, just another situation to have to deal with. But Jay Jacobs feels like he has enough cause to get rid of him, so which means Auburn won't have to pay him a dime unless this thing gets tied up in court, and you have to go that way. So it's not that Auburn's not going to have to pay something. This thing's going to cost Auburn something, but it may not cost them a huge salary payout for Sonny Galloway.
Yeah, and let me preface this by saying that I think I'm in the minority, at least of my associates, that I actually liked Sonny Galloway. I thought that he was, from the perspective of being an Auburn guy or Auburn man, I think that was a little different. He rubbed people the wrong way. But from a baseball coaching side, I mean, in 2 years he had you in a regional, which, I mean, he made the SEC tournament both years. So, I mean, he did what he was supposed to do. But obviously there were some other things, some underlying things that cost him his job. And they've been saying, the 4-1 rule, which means that if he was basically holding illegal camps, practices, or something along those lines. So, I mean, Auburn's going to be in the clear, I think, but this is just another story that is a negative impact on the university and the athletic department when they call out your head basketball coach, when his attorney releases a statement and saying how we hired a disgraced coach and Bruce Pearl, and now we're making Sonny Galloway the fall guy. This is just not a good look for the athletic department as a whole.
Well, what about Bruce Pearl turning around and suing him for slant? I mean, why did he bring him in? He wants to go and grab at straw. I mean, that to me was that was really grasping at straws, in my opinion. Sounded like a hot-headed guy trying to obviously defend his client, but I don't know. We'll see how it plays out moving forward. Who do you get now as your baseball coach at Auburn? I mean, he's out. Greg Norton is the interim baseball operations guy now. Don't know if Holiday will come back. Still haven't had word on that. I mean, where does this program go? What do the players feel? I wonder how the players feel about it. I've heard mixed things on that. I've heard that the players
I think
were pretty good with him being gone, is what I've heard.
Yeah, if I'm hearing this correctly, I think of the 10 guys that he recruited from year 1 to year 2, all are now gone. Like they all left the team. So there's something to be said for that. But I think that his ways of doing things were a little brash, I think, for Auburn standards. But I think that he was a really good baseball coach. But sometimes that winning, it doesn't override everything. Most times it does, but not in this case when it could affect the legitimacy of the department.
Yeah, just we were privy to some inside information, knowing that this might be coming down, and for others it came as a total shock on Sunday afternoon when the news was released. I mean, we frankly here at Sports Blitz been knowing this is coming for quite a while, Scott. I mean, just not been able to really say anything, but this fire had been burning for a long time, and I just don't think people expected it to be this soon. It's an odd time to part ways with a coach, with where they are in fall camp and trying to get ready for the season. Most guys are already locked into their program, not going to leave, right here in the middle. I mean, it's not the middle of the season, but the middle of the year. If you look at it from that standpoint, trying to get your team ready to play a schedule. I mean, who you going to get? It's obviously going to be an assistant coach from somewhere. Maybe Greg Norton gets the nod for a year. Maybe they bring somebody in temporarily until they can go out and do the kind of search. But this will be an interesting story to follow the next couple of weeks, because I think you'll see something emerge here in the next few weeks.
Yeah, and again, this is just another negative thing that happens with you get the store. I mean, now granted, we do have the Under Armour deal, and we released the revenue total, so that does show where we are as the athletic department. But I just hate having to deal with stuff like this. Like it's another person that we're going to have to pay. I mean, anyway, I think as the best thing.
So
that
you
could
think
have
you don't have to pay him?
Well, I mean, not necessarily. Well, I think so. I don't know. I don't think he would come this strongly with it if he didn't think there was some legitimacy behind it.
What else does he have a choice to do, though?
Yeah, true.
I mean,
true.
You're not going to fight for yourself. But anyway, we're up against a break. From this point on, Alabama, Georgia will be the talk. Huge game. I mean, huge implications. If Alabama drops to 0-2 in the SEC, it'll be Auburn and Alabama 0-2 in forever.
Never in the inception.
It just could be phenomenal to see 2 games in the conference schedule for both teams. They're pretty much out of the race. Who would have thought that going into the season? We'll come back. We'll talk Alabama, Georgia, and get your predictions. Stay tuned with the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
If you're looking for the best chicken fingers or wings in town, here. And grill in LA City. One of my favorites was fried awesome burger, quesadilla, crab balls. We're big into a healthy and delicious.
Almost.
Save you money without sacrificing old things. Check out their Facebook page for daily lunch specials. JR's can also cater any special event for money. Has a huge party room for any special occasion. Stop by soon at JR's Sport Farm Grill at their location right off Highway 22 in LA City. Hello, I'm Russell Building. I'm the big box grill. Hey, what you doing? Chicken inventory in all of our departments. Well, you're Russell. I thought you only sold Liberty contracts. No. We have lots of home improvement items like nails, nuts and bolts, plumbing, electrical supplies, experts to give advice to. Okay. Paint and lawn and garden, windows, doors, and cabinets, all at our low price here. Okay, I get it. I guess I was selling you a little short. Me? Short? Really? I'm location serving Lake Martin and Central Alabama.
Hey, welcome back to the afternoon campus trail.
With the weather getting cooler, it's time to let Alex City Marine on Cherokee Road and Alex City Marine South Highway.
The report will take this time out. And come back on its floor. The campus direct halftime report in just a moment.
Upgrade TV is on budget. Remember, now's the best time for used phone prices and selection, and you can even pre-order next year's laydown pontoon. The quality Suzuki Outboard to get the perfect fit for next spring. Service, sales, and value all this off-season. At the place the locals know, Alex City Marine and Alex City Marine South. Why is it important that auto owners insurance protects over 2.5 million properties? Well, over 400 of those properties are bakeries. And because their claims are handled quickly, they they're able to focus on what they do best, which is very important to cookie connoisseurs. Oh, yeah. Auto insurance. So no problem, people. Visit Dark Insurance Agency online at darkinsuranceragency.com or give them a call at 256-234-5026.
I'll finance it at 6%.
I'll finance it at 4%.
I'll do 2%.
Okay, 0%. Beat that.
This weekend, honey, I'm already Battle of the Banks. Battle of the Banks. And you win. 26 winners get you the best terms. Plus, up to $9 grand discount payments for $159. And it's for 0% with a grand bonus cash. Explore HyundaiOfAuburn.com. The Battle of the Banks this week only at Hyundai of Auburn. Let the lenders compete to get you.
Here we go. 20 seconds. Oh.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard, Scott Hardy here with you. About 24 or 25 minutes left in today's show, so we'd love for you to call in and get your prediction into Daniel in the studio. Alabama and Georgia, Auburn, San Jose State. Let's talk some Alabama, Georgia. This is a game that we've seen in the past where Georgia rolls in as the favorite and things come crashing down for the Bulldogs when the expectations get high and the pressure's high, Scott. So Alabama, with their struggles, but still Alabama, great up front on defense, questionable in the secondary. Georgia's bread is buttered through Nick Chubb, being able to run the football. I mean, the stage is set for Georgia. I mean, the pressure's really on them, to be honest with you. Pressure's not on Alabama.
What are you waiting for?
Everybody's picking the Georgia Bulldogs to win this game. They're favored. So I don't know. What's your thoughts on it early here as we break this game down?
Well, I think there's a misconception that you can't run on Alabama. Now, granted, they are tremendous on stopping the run. You gave me a good stat in the last 3 years. They've only given up one run of more than 10 yards of just a direct up the middle run. So that lets you know how talented they are up front and being able to stop the run. But I think the way you get through with that, even you saw somebody like a Trey Mason 2013 runs for $160 on them, because you have to continuously do it. I mean, at some points you'll break one, but just to help out your quarterback, who a lot of people don't necessarily think that Georgia's quarterback is as good as his numbers indicate, only 2 incompletions in the last 2 games. But Nick Chubb is, I think, the number 3 running back in the country. Fournette, Ezekiel Elliott, and then Nick Chubb. So definitely has the talent. But the thing that stands out to me in Alabama's last 5 Power Conference games, dating back to Auburn last season, they've given up 40-plus points, and 2 of those were losses. So, and that includes Ohio State and then Ole Miss a couple of weeks ago. So that vaunted defense that, you know, that they have had struggles against teams that can run a spread attack and that type of thing when they spread them out. Georgia more of conditional, power running style, power running. And so that bodes well for Alabama because that's kind of what they're accustomed to seeing. But I think when you have someone as talented as Nick Chubb, you just say that's going to be our option, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, Nick Chubb. I mean, we'll talk about Nick Chubb. Leonard Fournette obviously is getting all the praise in the world. He's the leading Heisman candidate out there, rightfully so. What's your thoughts on Nick Chubb compared to Leonard Fournette at this point?
I think Leonard Fournette is he's a freak of nature. And, I mean, there have been a lot of conversation with him about whether or not he could go ahead and take the next level now next year. He could be playing the pros right now. He doesn't need the extra year to come in and play, which I do think he'd be able to play right now in the NFL. Nick Chubb is a different style of back. He doesn't really have the same size that a Fournette has, but from a speed standpoint, they're right there speed-wise. Fournette has
he's brought up, here's the talk again of somebody sitting out their junior season. I mean, and a lot of people have come out and just called that ludicrous. I mean, but on the flip side, here's a guy that, he's going to have a tough decision. I mean, I'm sure it'll cross his mind, Scott, at the end of the season. And you have Marcus Lattimore in the back of your mind. I mean, you really do. I mean, Marcus Lattimore's not playing NFL football because he had a devastating knee injury. That doesn't mean that it couldn't happen right when you get to the league. But I'm just, I'm just kind of at odds with that. I mean, I just think that's a little bit absurd, to be honest with you, to be starting to put that bug in kids' ear anyway. Leonard Fournette, in my opinion, needs to come back and play football next year for LSU. I mean, he needs to fulfill his opportunity. You have stages in life, and you can't go through life scared to death of what might happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow. So, I mean, we've seen this even go down the line all the way into high school football, people writing about stuff. So we'll move back into that a little bit later on. Kind of got off task there. But Georgia, with Nick Chubb, a very good running back, a guy that was a finalist for Auburn, could have ended up being at Auburn. Let me throw this at you. Forecast for today in Athens. Chance of thunderstorms, high of 60. Winds northeast at 15 to 20 miles. There you can see on up here at JR Sports Bar and Grill that it's nasty outside pretty much everywhere in the southeast in this football game. You can say what you want to, but the ball's going to be wet. The playing surface is going to be chewed up. Alabama ball, Georgia likes to run the football. It's going to be conducive, but it's also going to be conducive for turnovers, Scott. And you are going to have to throw it some. So it really, Jacob, the situation with him, he has struggled with turning the football over. And next to Jeremy Johnson has the most turnovers of a quarterback in the SEC. And Jeremy Johnson's not even playing anymore. So he's the live, active guy out there with the most turnovers. And I really feel like this game's going to come down to that.
Yeah, and I'm interested in the play calling for Alabama is going to go. Obviously, they do like to run the ball, but Lane Kiffin, third and short, has no problem throwing the ball then. And I know that irritates a lot of the fan base, and it irks Nick Saban from time to time. You can see his facial expressions, especially when they get to the red zone and they get closer to the score, and they kind of change their philosophy a little bit against what they're used to seeing. So I want to see how this affects him. Will he stay in the game and allow Derrick Henry and King what they want to do? Because I think if Henry has the type of game that he's capable of having, and Bo Scarborough back, who I think is just a freak. I don't know. He looks like the freak. Well, we'll see what happens with that. There are a lot of them out there that look like that, but I don't think that he has that big of a contribution in this game. I think it's going to come down to Alabama's ability to stop Nick Chubb, because I think defensively for Georgia, I think they'll be able to I don't think Alabama can score consistently enough to put them in a situation to where they get down and they have to throw the ball. So I think it'll just be Alabama's defense versus Nick Chubb and the offense of Georgia.
Be interesting to see as we'll break this game down, continue to break this game down. We come back up against the break. We'll also break down big games around the conference. I mean, Arkansas, Tennessee, Ole Miss travels down to Florida. Where's your Mississippi State? Where's your Texas A&M, Mississippi State? Where's your upset out there? Is there an upset looming somewhere out there in the SEC this week? We'll talk about that when we come back. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
You're clear.
Has the largest selection.
Thank you.
take it to the first thing you're right. Encore, time to shine here at Volunteer Stadium.
About 40 seconds or 50. Hey, y'all heard that Will Greer is ill, may not start, may not play against Ole Miss?
Who's this? Well, Will Greer?
Yeah,
He's not playing?
he may not. He's got the flu.
He's got the flu. Well,
Yeah.
not good.
30 seconds. Good, you mouth, you son of a... All right. Oh, gentlemen.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Name that band, Scott. You can do it.
I can't do it. Dang it.
Can't name that one. I'm sorry. Chicago. So anyway, welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown. Alabama, Georgia on tap today. Auburn, San Jose State. That's predictions. Call Daniel. I got about 20 more minutes to do that. And also, you can get your predictions in on Facebook and Twitter. 2:30 kick for Alabama, Georgia. 3 o'clock kick for Auburn, San Jose State. Better get your rain gear out wherever it is that you're headed, whether you're going to be in Athens, whether you're going to be on the plains at Auburn, pretty much anywhere in the southeast. It's going to be nasty. Those conditions over in Athens are going to be nasty. 80% chance of thunderstorms, high 61, 15 to 20 mile an hour winds out of the north. It's going to be cold. That's a cold deal. I've been to Athens before. Of course, Auburn always plays Georgia in November. And I've been over there, and it has been bone-chilling cold. The wind really whips over there. So if you're Alabama, you got to look at this conditions and see that this game will be impacted by the weather. And it really favors Alabama, if you want to be honest about it. And I mean, because that's where they want to go with it. They want to try to run the football. But, I mean, Georgia too. I mean, maybe I spoke too quick. I mean, Georgia's a run-first team too with Nick Chubb. But if anything, it neutralizes, and rain neutralizes crowds. It neutralizes the atmosphere. It just kind of takes the electricity out of the air, and everybody's just sitting there cold and wet. And Alabama, if they can get off to a fast start over there, they can put Georgia behind the 8 ball. That's not what Georgia wants. They've got a lot of pressure on them. But on the flip side, Alabama does too. Alabama does not want to fall 0-2 and pretty much put themselves in a situation where they can't make any more mistakes and got to have a lot of help to get back. That's the same position Auburn's in. Of course, it's not even the same situation right now. Auburn's got to find some identity and try to start just getting better and better. But if Alabama loses this ball game, mentality-wise, what does it do to this team? We've seen what's happened to Alabama in the past when they've had their prize taken away from them, when they've had their goals that they've set taken away. They seem to pack it in a lot of times.
Yeah, and I've been trying to rationalize all week who I thought this game was more important for, and I guess from a perception standpoint, it's more important for Georgia because they never can seem to get over the hump. These types of games, they seem to falter. But in reality, as you said, it probably the pressure is on Alabama. They cannot start 0-2. Georgia could afford to lose this game, and they only have one conference loss and could win out and still compete for an SEC
That's exactly
championship.
right. Exactly.
Alabama, on the other hand, they lose this week. Then Ole Miss and Texas A&M, LSU, those teams are on the forefront. Now, granted, all these teams still have to play each other, so it could.
Well, here's the deal.
Out,
basically, Ole Miss got to lose 3 times. I mean, you won't look at it that way. I mean, and who do you see beating Ole Miss 3 times? I mean, I'm not saying they can't do it. They can lay an egg too. They may go to Florida and lose tonight. Where our producer Daniel Best said that Will Greer has the flu, may not play at all for Florida tonight. But the deal is, it's not the loss in your column. It's what you've done head to head with somebody else, and that would be a loss to Ole Miss in your division. And now you got to have them lose 3 times, because if they lose twice, you lose twice, then they get the tiebreaker over you. So you got to have them lose 3 times. And I really don't see Ole Miss losing 3 times, Scott. I'll be honest with you, coming down the stretch. I mean, LSU will have a shot at them. They'll have a chance to beat them. I mean, I know that Arkansas possibly, now you got to show up and play every week. I'm not sold. I mean, I picked them to go 10-2. And I picked them to lose to Alabama and Auburn. Well, that ain't happening. All right. So I didn't see really anybody else in there that I thought would take Ole Miss out. So that's why this game's imperative, just to stay in a position where you can be even with Ole Miss.
Yeah, and excuse me, I wouldn't even really thinking about the Ole Miss side of it, but you bring up a good point there. So again, that's what it's all about. Really. That's what it's all about. Alabama is paramount, because if they do lose this game, and again, when
they're not going to win the Western Division, I'm just going to go and say it. They're not going to win the Western Division if they lose today.
Oh yeah, I think that they could. See, the thing is, I mean, you can't foreshadow. You don't know what will happen. But as you said, when things,
because Alabama still got some tough games down the line.
I mean, they still play A&M. You still have LSU. You do have Auburn.
You got to play the game.
Arkansas, Tennessee. So I mean, they have 5 games. 3 of those 5 definitely could be losable games, because 2 of the 3 on. There's a lot of things that can happen. Now, granted, they can play Alabama football. They win 42-14 or something like that.
Hang on. That's not going to happen. I mean, I'm not saying that because we're Auburn people. But I just don't see that. I don't see this being a repeat of the blackout game. All right, I think Georgia was more caught up in everybody wearing black shirts and blacking the stadium out, and Alabama showed up and said, well, I don't know what y'all are so hyped up about, because we're just going to come out here and take care of business, and Julio Jones dismantled that team. But I'm telling you right now, Georgia doesn't want history to repeat itself. And so they've got – I mean, there's pressure on both sides, but you're right. They lose the game, all hope's not lost. They can still make it to the SEC championship game, 1 loss. Alabama, on the other hand, hard to overcome. You're going to have some help, and you're going to have Ole Miss kind of collapse. And I just don't really see that happening. I mean, you're put behind the 8 ball where Ole Miss has to lose 3 times, and I just don't look down the schedule and I see where that can possibly happen. So interesting games there. Start around the SEC coming in. Some great games on tap today, and one that's going to start at 11 is that South Carolina-Missouri game. 0-2. I mean, South Carolina is the same team Auburn is. They're 2-2 overall. They're 0-2. Missouri 3-1, 0-1 in the conference. Looked bad against Connecticut. This is a game I don't think Matty Malt's suspended for this game. I mean, this is not a game of interest today.
I know this is Missouri and South Carolina, but if I raised this question to Andy yesterday, if Auburn and South Carolina were to play today, who would Auburn win?
I mean, I don't know, Scott. I don't have a clue. I think it'd be ugly. I think the game would be an ugly football game and I think depending on who didn't out ugly the other one would come out the winner. That's just where my feelings are until I can see more from both. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, they really mirror image each other right now. Ole Miss at Florida. Again, as Daniel said, these are 2 4-0 teams, 2-0 in the conference for both. I mean, McElwain has really exceeded expectations to this point. Man, you want to talk about a major statement. You want to talk about Alabama keeping their fingers crossed that Florida continues to get better is today. And they got to go to the swamp, and it's going to be swampy down there with the rain and the situations going on in the southeast. But can Ole Miss go down there and not lay an egg? They had a hangover against Vanderbilt and was able to hold on at home, but that was not a pretty win. But Ole Miss, number 3 in the country, at number 25, Florida, back in the top 25 now. That game tonight at 6 o'clock down in the swamp.
I don't think that truthfully, Tennessee should have beaten Florida. And I know Florida gets the win and all that, but Tennessee I thought was a better team, in which I think in this game, Ole Miss is the better team. They can outscore them. I think their defense, their own par defense, so Florida may be a little better in the secondary, but as a whole, the defensive line, the front seven of Ole Miss is almost as good as anybody in the country. So I think that Ole Miss comes back and they give the performance that they probably should have had last week, had the hangover there. So I'm thinking maybe 31-17 Florida. Ole Miss.
Yeah, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll finish running down the games in the SEC and around the country. Last segment of the show. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR. It's right after this. What's wild? No. Yep. Boy, this game, Arkansas and Tennessee, we're in the year. Ooh, that's a pivotal game.
For over 30 years,
that game's going to go me.
auto dealer for hot trucks and SUVs.
I knew Arkansas. I thought Tennessee would go 9-3.
Arkansas ain't going 9-3.
Ford trucks are number 1 for a reason. America's best truck, combined with our award-winning service department for the region's best warranty work and great maintenance and service. Hello, this is Jeff with California Ford. Ford trucks have led America's truck sales. Come by today and get your best deal on America's best truck. We don't want all of this, just the opportunity to earn yours.
Calabash Barbecue. 90 weeks of serving you the finest barbecue and everything to eat. Carol believes it. And the secret to that is, Calabash is just not about barbecue, but also known for fresh vegetables and homemade pies. That's why I'm one of the fastest that are known as the Pie Lady. We also do catering. For more information, call at 234-675.
Let me tell you about check out the beautiful showroom at Satterfield on Highway 280 at Alexander City. They have a great selection of outdoor grilling lines for your entertainment needs. Name brands like Big Green Egg, Blitz, Blaze and Saber are just a few. How about those grill bases? All right.
That won't make a difference. I mean, you affected me in a way that I didn't ever expect to be affected.
In Alexander City, I visit today. Satterfield.
We have all the time in the world.
Let that mortgage payment get you in a fine.
Yesterday, walking into the bus fare building, our football
with countless options and real local pros.
gave it to our receptionist.
Hey, visit online.
And the receptionist helped him in case this person who lost it.
Hey, this is Eric McKinley with
And
Home
came
Place.
back, got his $100 bill. It reminded me of Proverbs 20, verse 7, which said, "A righteous man who walks in his integrity blesses his children after him."
A service you
Dad
can
was
love.
my dad. Came to the office.
Try it
I
out.
would probably say, "Dad, I love you. Thank you for your integrity and how you bless me."
Automotive response.
New record. School record, 61 points for my volunteer football.
There's more to it than what it's lost.
Buddy. No, I don't know any of them. That's Camp Hill folks, I think. Let's see. Yeah, Camp Hill.
Oh, what is this?
Gonna be. What
Watch this. Watch.
Okay, I will feed you mute. I will send you a text with 1 minute to go, okay?
What is that?
Here we go.
Welcome back to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard and Scott Hardy here with you. A few more minutes left in today's show. Arkansas at Tennessee. Arkansas, this game at the preseason, we were picking this game. Oh, this is a pivotal game. This is the two teams everybody's high on. The team that wins this gets a head up and led up to really having a tremendous season. Not Arkansas 1-3, Tennessee 2-2. This game all of a sudden really off the map compared to the other games in the conference. Vanderbilt at Middle Tennessee. A lot of people feel like Middle Tennessee.
I mean, Middle Tennessee State's favorite in this game, too. 2.5 points.
I'm not surprised. Eastern Michigan at LSU. No problem there. Eastern Kentucky at Kentucky. No problem there. Mississippi State at Texas A&M. Very interesting game. 6:30 tonight. Just real quick, Scott, who you like?
Texas A&M. I think that this game, a lot of people are expecting them to kind of go ahead and manhandle them. I don't think so. I think this will be the best offense that they played all season outside of Arizona State, which I don't think is as good as they've been advertised either. But I think that if they're able to stop Dak Prescott and put out the performance that I think they're capable of, there'll be a team that definitely makes a run.
Absolutely. Games around the country out of the SEC. South Alabama at Troy today. Just got to mention that. That'll be 6 o'clock tonight at Troy. Be a big in-state game there. Notre Dame at Clemson tonight. It's a very interesting ball game. That'll get at 7 o'clock on ABC. Arizona at Stanford tonight, 9:30. Good Lord, stay up. Get your coffee brewing if you want to watch that one. Arizona State at UCLA. UCLA 4-0, looking very good, number 7. Texas Tech at Baylor. That game at 2:30 on ABC/ESPN2, wherever you are out there watching that football game. West Virginia at Oklahoma will be on at 11 o'clock on Fox Sports 1. That's another interesting ball game there to kind of take a look at. But a big slate of games today. A lot of great games, a lot of impactful games. Of course, all games are impactful in college football, but could be very interesting. I do want to say this, we are hard on Mark Rick a lot of times about not being able to do things, but he does do things the right way. And you saw on SEC Nation where he was up there with Paul Feinbaum and talked about, and he is such a gentle guy. I mean, you can take shots at any human being out there, but he is a class act. He is a classy guy. You can say what you want to about him. He does things the right way, and he said, I'm not looking for any praise. I'm not looking for any credit. He said, I get joy out of the assistants and everybody. And I truly think that, because if you look at him on the sideline, Scott, his demeanor never changes. He doesn't go real crazy when something good happens, and he doesn't get all downtrodden looking when it seems like the wheels are falling off. I mean, he just seems to have the same demeanor. So he kind of does. He talks the talk, but he backs it up with a walk as well. So it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out in this game against Alabama and Georgia. And we'll start, though, San Jose State at Auburn. Your prediction real quick.
I think Auburn gets off the snide from an offensive standpoint, 38-17 Auburn. Hopefully Peyton Barber gets a lot of touches and Sean White comes to fruition.
I think we're going to put 42 on the board, and I think we're going to win 42-24, somewhere around in that area. And I think that'll be a solid victory. Not the dominating victory that you think, but this San Jose State team can move the football and then score points. Alabama, Georgia now, 2:30. What's the end result, Scott?
Nick Chubb and company and get the victory. Finally elevates the program back to where it needs to be. This is a staple victory for them. 24-20 Georgia.
I got 21-20. How about that? So 21-20 Georgia. You got 24-20 Georgia. It's going to be tight. It's going to be close. It's going to come down to some turnovers, who can make the plays. But I think this Georgia team's not the Georgia team of old. I think they're tired of having the monkey on their back and being labeled as the choke team in the SEC. This is their next step, showing that they're the best team in the SEC right now. They haven't been able to prove that. I think they've probably been close to that in the last few years, but a couple of choke jobs allows them not to do that. This is their opportunity. It's all laid out for them to take advantage of the situation. Well, folks, so we appreciate you tuning us in every Saturday morning. Back with you from 10 to noon next Saturday. We appreciate you joining us early here. Can still get your predictions in on Facebook and Twitter out there. We'll also be back with you on Tuesday night for the Lake Martin Sports Roundup and then Sports Blitz Live. So thank you, everybody out there. I hope all of you have a safe and wonderful weekend. Stay dry out there wherever you are headed. If you're headed down to the plains to watch San Jose State and Auburn, or if you're over in Athens, man, get your monsoon gear out. It's going to be nasty over there. For Scott Hardy, I'm Brett Pritchard saying we've enjoyed it. We hope you have. See you next time.
Well, damn. Have a good weekend.
All right, baby.
Worries,
See you.
brother.